Scanner gen engaged.
To uplift Americans on Medicare, his first Divine Act gifts Medicare Americans a major new spending card with a massive benefit. Remember the stimulus checks? Well, there is a new thing like that going on right now for all Americans on Medicare. This is the largest benefit available in spending allowance cards that you can use to cover all your bills, groceries, and more. All this is to help Americans on Medicare in these difficult times. This bonus card allows you to get a massive benefit for groceries, essential items, or anything else. All you have to do is go to this site, answer 2 questions, register, and they will give you your spending allowance worth a lot within 3 minutes. Enrollment closes tonight, so this video may be taken down tonight. If it is, you will not be able to register for another 24 months, and you will get your bonus card, most likely, in a week.
University policy, and UN maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Maryland's head coach for 2 seasons, he led them this year to a 9-3 record, with the team ranked 18th in the country. If Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
Scanner Gen offline.
Right. Address is 8050 Marseille. 8050 Marseille. C1 outside.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So the recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. And you can clearly see that some stuff, the application is animated as it should be. Settings, some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems animated and closing apps. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
I only have engine 15.
Was this DJ Lampard?
David, Lampard, 1838.
Yeah, I'm on your right. Exactly. You gonna make that left? This one looks like it needs to be a vacuum also. I mean, not vacuum, but the grass cut. The one to the right. So I'm forward in. Cut it. To see if I can scoot in a little bit more to the right. Right.
Again, a recent kernel, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Populist, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a game. It is still the first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Pro, and I also need to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Hello.
And
PO1.
PO1.
You can show me around 2413 North Street.
Hello. Stage 3 times unit 3043. Can I have an individual, please? Double check this routine. Airport 60, David Lansford.
David, Lansford 8038.
Silence trimming complete.
I do that guy. Lunatic with a continental pay to no count. Lunatic continental pay to no count, Louis.
Alright, dude, you come on.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards. The requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
For the bill validator, spinning around and around and not able to give out cards.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Airport 60 David transfer.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Open calculator.
I'll be at the sleeping seating side on the traffic stop.
Open calculator.
Two. 76 to 129 Logan. Seven at Oso Bay Preserve. Going to do a foot patrol. Over. Radio check is 10-8 from the guide. Box 75 Homer. What string you want? B14 nautical wind. 517 South Alameda, Wilson Town. Work on fire dispatch 916.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Engine 19. 637.
Open calculator. I'll be at the sleeping and seating side on the traffic stop.
Open calculator.
720.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. So you want to start with GoDaddy and Arrow. You might think you need a team of Wally Goggins as an actor. I'm an expert in looking like I know what I'm doing. You just need GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything as an actor. I'm an expert in looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to write everything you need. It'll set you up with a unique calendar. It'll create it started at GoDaddy.com write social posts. GoDaddy sets you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/AI.
Bridge, traffic control, so.
Firing. And so the good news is that in the last couple of weeks, as you just reported, I have been seeing some Republicans who are willing to come out and say publicly that this isn't okay and that they want to see briefings about the strikes that you talked about previously. And of course, this one, which is fairly incomprehensible when you think about it. You know, an oil tanker in the middle of the international waters being attacked by the United States military is not something that you hear about every day. And that's something that we should
able to run that on any computer without settings on every
Well, very exciting. Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here. The menu, so the first thing we notice is this will be pretty familiar to people who are used to using current versions of Windows. And if you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zorin Parents tab. If we bring that up, you'll see we have different layouts available. And the first layout is what they call Windows-like. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows. There's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just...
Dr. Chin.
People come in asking for Made in America? Little Italy and Chinatown.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah,
and use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah,
and I use that word.
And I said to them,
So I love that.
Then we try the Shelbys.
What do you think? The Shelbys or the?
And I'm.
They both look good on you. You're a salesman. You're a salesman.
What about saluting our fighter pilots this Christmas?
I want to see the fighter pilots over here. This is what they wear up there. Yes. Flying as fighter jets. Not bad. I'll leave the hard work to them, though.
We salute their service, our fighter pilots, and we salute the workers behind these glasses.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer. It is a fantastic first draft of on Cosmic. It is still a first. I love what they do. It is a fantastic first very variable, and you can clearly see some stuff. The application is animated as it's setting some stuff very variable, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff is as smooth as it should be.
Renaming and preparation complete.
And closing apps. Not sure if it's
David, landslide 1838.
Easy every 0 to 5. So, good morning.
Showing your investigating.
Don't get more traffic. It's going to be in the shores south 361 with Texas Lake. X-ray report Frank 5628. X-ray report Frank 5628.
1023.
Are you on Roby right now? Are you on Roby right now? Sir, would there be a chance you could go by this Port Avenue ATV? 23 saying this. Sir, would there be a chance you could go by this Port Avenue ATV? 23 saying that there's a bunch of trash and people sitting around out there. Alright, 10-4, thank you.
10-4, I'm just not in contact move.
Alright, 10-4, thank you.
Album art workflow. Database sorting. The entire audio workflow is finished.
All of which have different desktops. And here, the most popular is the Cinema Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. And here, the most popular is the Cinema Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on. Page you find loads and loads of mirror sites that actually provide access to download, and you can go down this page and find loads and loads of mirror sites that actually provide access to download from the University of
At the time, I didn't know how much this sucked. I do now.
They suck big.
I said that.
Device that was being developed to push radio from where it was up into the microwaves, in this case for a particular application. This is, in fact, one of the first descriptions of the centimeter wave magnetron, again, from all the work that occurred in the 30s and the 40s by both the British and the U.S. And this was actually an amateur magazine. This is QS.
Location of assortment-20.
Recent drivers should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So this is on Cosmic and OS. I know what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps. Not sure if you
can Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because a virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. We can fix this by going
on
backwards.
Cosmic and OS. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Football team Sharon Moore and Moore has now been detained by police. The investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance.
No, that was 86. This one is completely empty.
2 seasons, 11 and 6 to 9 and 3 record. The team ranked 18th in the country. Biff Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's ball.
I'm driving. I'll end here when I get to my
Placement
next
scan
stop.
complete.
Please clear the air.
Airport 60 data transfer.
Trim complete. Processed 15. Quarantine 0.
Stay right there, 26.
Normalization complete. Move 15 files to processing zone.
Stay right there, 26.
The trunk is open. I already tried to close and there's no nothing. So I don't know what to do with that one.
Last but not least, we have the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee. There are 5 vacancies representing the following categories. Their preferred but not required categories. Mr. 4 at large and 1 environmentalist. Robert Allen,
Medic 3,
Austin
Rescue
1,
3,
and
Coffin,
Melanie
Medic 3,
Holland,
Rescue 3,
RC
Flirt
4
Husband,
and their
DSD
attendance register in your
3318,
packets.
2606 Hospital Boulevard, Crystal Spot, Port of EMS 1, 929.
The layout, at least on the computer,
Renaming
that the
complete.
applications pretty straightforward.
15
Although
files
here,
rename.
I'm going to go back to my favourite
Database
layout, which is a standard
NBC
layout,
JSON
which I still
generation
think
complete with worded series.
and
It
you'll
will
notice
super
when you
work
change the
finished with
layout,
full
it doesn't change the
reorganization.
settings for your panel, or what they do here called the taskbar, because they're really trying to make things easy for people coming from Windows. I have made that slightly bigger, so I'll go back over there, put it back to 64, which for me is the best size of the taskbar panel.
Press this, it will roll the utility. Okay, it is
within 48 hours, I'll say. But each moment that goes by, I feel.
Wait, hey, I need it.
Rivers first joined the NFL in 2004, Patrick Mahomes had just turned 9. Friends had and Mark Zuckerberg launched an online experiment called Facebook.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline we can a local account. And so for that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to dislike the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements of Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards. And
a lot of questions about it. And then my last video that I just did had like 100,000 views or something, and there's so many questions that people have, but there's some that keep floating to the top that many people have, and I'm going to address.
So the real question is whether Microsoft is willing to put users first, even if that means earning a little less. But as Linux software compatibility improves, especially for games, more users will migrate if things keep going. But it will be a long time until Windows is dethroned. So, to all the Windows users out there, what's your take on this? Do you feel that Microsoft has pushed too far? For me, I swear by Windows for the longest time, but I begrudgingly made the move to macOS when the M2 generation. I swear by Windows for the longest time, but I begrudgingly made the move to macOS.
What if it goes? I just took the 932 stuff dollar bill. That's why I got confused. 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
One dead on arrival and one educate.
Starting JSON security scan.
Logan, one in contact, one HK.
Alert.
One control.
Malformed file moved to quarantine.
Time is being reset. Hold me 3 sequence. Okay.
Alert. Malformed file moved to quarantine.
Cover. 34. CCPD for video is also. Received.
Any calls that have been received in the last several hours to 911 have been unrelated. And any calls that have been received have been no in the last several hours to 911 have been unrelated. And any related have been no additional. The video service is from that of anything related to this incident, the Barrison Holly building. The video that will be looking towards from that, as I mentioned, that will be shared as soon as we the Barrison Holly building. We are still encouraging, as we did earlier, and as I mentioned, that will be shared as soon as we conclude. We are still encouraging, as we did earlier.
And I'm
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, left side 1838.
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, left side 1838. Internet mitigate for a fall.
And so we've now seen the Mate version, the XFCE version, and the Cinnamon version of Linux Mint 22. Linux Mint 22 is a solid
Location was 10-20.
That's great for beginners, and which also happens to be my own daily driver. But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version?
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, left side 1838. David,
932 was the stuff also that's going there. That's why I said. And in 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. Frank?
Bueno, seguían the back or the smooth out.
What are you going for, dispatch? Can you show me 1023 across vehicles patrolling?
Bill validator, spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted. Alright, I just Christi 932 was the stuff dollar bill also going to that's why I got confused. Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Here and well designed, and if we click on download, we can see there are two versions of Zorin OS 17 available. The first of these is Zorin OS 17 Pro, which is a paid distro, it costs $39, and as we click on download, we can see there are two versions of Zorin OS 17 paid available. And we will take a look at first of these is Zorin OS 17 Pro, which is a paid distro, but anybody $39 you just
Does anybody know if the back gate to the base is open yet, or are we still just using south gate?
Look at Zorin OS 17 Pro later in the video. However, for anybody with the ability to scroll, we can go down and find two other versions of Zorin OS.
And it's because of those mountains. It's a difficult place to build a railway, which is why 92% of all freight movement between France is done by truck. Now, I probably don't need to tell you that road transportation is both worse for the environment and slower than going by train. So something is finally being done about it. But it means going to some pretty extreme lengths.
As I said earlier, there already is a way to get from Lyon to Turin.
You're going to be in an area of years and about, you let me know. I'm missing one of the patients.
15.
The system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving in the Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have a video graphics card, and once again we're arriving in the video graphics card, this time we need to launch the driver manager,
So using fire rate is not working for people. You've got to present a bigger vision, and I think the talks up with your house is going to come up in those primaries.
Carlos, looking at your take and talking to a White House official, I was told, look, don't rule out the possibility that there could be an 11-hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11-hour deal here?
You can understand why that would happen, Chris. It is a fantastic, very draft of it. You can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is very bare bones as it should be. You can clearly see that some stuff is not when animated as it should be, not sure if it's as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not sure if it's
Alright, therefore I'm moving to Old Plaza Road. Yeah, just stay on the side, Old Plaza Road, with the Waterburger, just so you can pull off in a hiding direction.
Sorry, I just put the 932 with the duck dollar bill off the preliminary. That's why I got confused. Okay, this 915, I got...
Were you trying to reach somebody?
I had it, yes.
Yes, sir, I was trying to reach you. I need you to come to the office, please.
28, or back at Park House. I'm on.
I'm in out to 932.
Sit down for a second. Photo update 1 patrol, 2 unable to locate, 1 unable to contact RP. Are you working on the sprinkler system?
Today's a bus today. Oh, person on the bus.
You probably know Vistaprint. You probably know Vistaprint.
Seven at Perry Place. Engineering quarters.
You probably know Vistaprint.
Can I send you a message?
Hello?
Hello, did I lose you?
Is your phone freezing? These freezes are absolutely incredible.
No, stop.
Hold. We already froze.
Yeah, phone message check, right?
Hello?
Hello, did I lose you?
Is your phone freezing? These freezes are absolutely incredible.
No, stop.
Hold. We already froze.
I'm in my cozy.
You actually may not like that.
Forget this. Bye.
Incredible moment, including the unveiling
Oh, well, that's
of all
just
new
great.
design language.
Great!
Material 3.
Hey, you made that reservation for 7:30 tonight, right? What?
uniquely yours.
The reservation
Testify on Android keeps
tonight
getting better.
for 7:30, Karen. Yes.
Okay. Answers.
Yeah. I'm gonna go change.
Also going.
All right, you go. Can't wait for you to.
Banana image editing model from the Gemini.
Not now. Reservation restaurant near me. Nothing. I'm there, man. I'm falling through. Got you.
What are you doing?
You didn't make the reservation. That is correct. Did not make a reservation. Do you want to get taken out instead? Sure. I'll order. Can I do it on yours?
Yeah, girl, you know what's crazy? I just realized I had a whole more.
I said to them.
Hello? You there? Yeah, I was saying I have a mole on my arm.
Wait, a mole in your yard?
No, girl, on my arm. Is your phone freezing? Come on.
Hang on, I think I gotta restart.
Hello? Girl, you are an absolute red flag. I really do love you, Diva, but these freezes are absolutely incredible.
No, stop.
You look great, girl.
Don't screenshot.
Hold it there. You actually may not like that one, but that's okay.
Tiffany, please.
Love it.
Woman, stop.
Hold. We already frozen, but
I'm in my cozy.
yikes. Keep going. Right there. And
Please.
perfect.
You know what? Forget this. Bye.
I believe you turn right. You turn right into the gate.
Oh, well, that's just great.
All the way down and then you
Great.
got that's a good conflict.
Any potential errors
all the way through. Stay right, and then you're gonna
agent.
Yes, you can help.
Talk back and forth until optimizing time and finally, the explainer agent will translate and present the final result to the user.
The biggest lesson that I've carried from basketball to my small business is if you love it and that's your passion, then no one can stop you. With the help of She's Connected by AT&T, I'm building my dream and opening the door for the next generation. It's a lot going into business with a family member, let alone your mother. But we have grown tremendously. I think our bond has grown only because through this business, we're growing, we're thriving. And that's a beautiful thing about a small business, trying to figure it out, trying to put it together, and you never imagine that it'll be what it is today. I think when people see athletes, they think this is a different platform. Our worlds are so similar as to how we have to go about ourselves as small business owners. So I think if we can continue to show that we are connected in more ways than we could ever imagine, it kind of brings that feel of like, no, we are truly all a community, and we're all working through to navigate this world together. I think for the next generation of small business owners, I think it is endless possibilities because our technology is growing by the second. I'm here with AT&T, with She's Connected, and we're having a special moment with some business owners that have poured into their community. Please, 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 tell me more about Nourish and Bloom.
Nourish and Bloom came out of a need during the pandemic, saw all the challenges around food insecurity, and knew that AI could change that and increase accessibility. So, I never imagined when we opened our first store that we would start to find that there are people all over the country that are also having these challenges of wanting to have access to fresh food in their neighborhoods. And so for us, it was like, how do we start to deliver faster? And everything that we've done utilizing technology has been around that. It's not just about the cool innovations, it's about us being able to spread access.
My co-founder is my husband, Jay Hammock. The inspiration for getting into the food space as a whole was all of my children, but specifically my oldest son, Jabari, who has autism. And so we learned the importance of diet really early on and knew that we could help him in that way and give him the best chance at performance and overall success.
So winning the AT&T Small Business Contest is a big deal.
It's making such a huge impact for us.
Our first store was fully funded between friends, family, and the community. The AT&T Small Business Contest Prize.
It's going to allow us to be able to deliver right now and be able to expand and open more stores so that we can serve more people.
This isn't your first time applying for this, right?
Yeah, I think there's something really important to the fact of when you're doing something that you love, when you're doing something that's purposeful, you might not always get the results that you're looking for the first time. We talked about it, so I'm going to give it another shot.
I love that. I think sometimes when things get hard, we want to give up because it's easy. But if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. And I think it is definitely just helped me mold me into the business owner that I am and also the player that I am.
Being the winner of the AT&T Small Business Contest, it means a lot to us as small business owners that we're joining a community of just business owners and women that have done amazing things.
This is just a walking testimony as to why She's Connected is so powerful and so why it's needed. This is how communities grow when you're able to connect big time sponsors like an AT&T with a small business, and then you're putting it together and you're like, no, this is the next step in our world. This is what's really needed for us to stay connected, not only just through our phones or through technology, but hearts and souls and communities.
Connecting changes everything.
You'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. This is the sounds and these
We all need to stand and just take a quick stretch because that was some heavy stuff. I don't know about you all, but I was back there, I was Googling and grokking every other word. Shall we stand up, take a stretch for the folks who are virtual, for the folks who are in office? Just stretch. It feels so darn good. Little joke and fun fact, but I'm pushing 50, and I remember in my 30s I would laugh at people who were hiring stretching coaches. I was like, what a joke. And now I'm like, oh, there's nothing like a good stretch. So I get it now. So the prior conversation closed off around delivery excellence. I don't have a PhD in mathematics or in artificial intelligence or in quantum computing, but I am legitimately and have legitimately made a career out of delivering and executing on massive data initiatives and artificial intelligence initiatives. I've been in the AI space since 2011. These aren't highlights, it's actually gray hair that you're seeing here. I have explored a lot of the unknowns, and it's kind of interesting to see a lot of the nostalgic patterns repeating now that we're in 2025 compared to my earlier days. So the good news about today is it's not going to be some high-level woo-woo conversation. There's going to be mental models, there's going to be frameworks, it is going to be an aggregation of a lot of mistakes I made that at the time I didn't think were mistakes, but when you do a postmortem you actually get to realize like, oh, this assumption didn't hold true, or we didn't know what we didn't know, and then we learned it through delivery. But before we get into all that other fun stuff, what I wanted to do is just build some context as to who I am. I've had an opportunity to take a look at profiles, which you do for the cyberspace, and you guys are all successful in your own right. And I'll be honest, this space is such a thankless space. It's such a thankless space. It's like no news is good news, but there's always news because there's always something wrong. I always like to compare it to like being a plumber or an electrician. When's the last time you called your plumber and said, thank you so much, I haven't had an issue in 6 months? Like never. When's the last time you did that with your electrician? Like, hey buddy, I haven't seen you for a year and a half. I'm going to send you like a holiday gift because you did your job so well a year and a half ago, I haven't had to call you back. We're kind of in similar roles, whether you're in governance or security, cyber, like things are starting to come together, and unfortunately within our community, we don't always get pats on the back. We're not necessarily always appreciated for everything we've prevented. So what I want to be able to do is actually celebrate everyone in this room. Now, by way of introduction, this was not a path that I chose growing up. I'm Persian by nationality. Our only options were to be a doctor or a lawyer. So I was completely rogue and chose this path. But accidentally, I actually used to be a professional rugby player. I played on the U.S. women's national team.
Volume normalization
And what happens when you
complete.
age?
Renaming and collaboration
Takes
complete.
a lot longer. And it was time to hang up my cleats and get a real job. And my first gig was a data engineer. I didn't have to spell data or engineering, and I was going to get fired. Luckily, I didn't get fired, but my boss did pull me in 6 months and said, Sol, we love you, but you are never allowed to touch a lick of production code ever again.
Database sorting.
And from there,
The
things just
entire
kind of
audio
happened, and I took
workflow
a
is
variety of
finished.
jobs. But there were two pivotal moments. One, when I became an SAP Platinum Master Data Management Consultant. Anyone know what MDM is? Good, don't ever choose it as a career. It's horrible. But there's no better way to learn data than doing ERP migrations and operating as the MDM. And after interestingly enough, the second
one
one
file
was,
to processing
today I
zone.
get a chance to see Watson and Kedge in the televised version of Jeopardy,
Database reorganized.
and Machine 1.
MVC
Well, I was
JSON
learning
generation
originally
complete with worded series.
So help take it to
Cube
market,
Super
help
workflow
evolve
finished with
it,
full
talk
reorganization.
about a lot of fun, fast failures. We were a well-funded startup. And that's kind of where I got my sea legs, if you will. And since then, I've had a few different roles. I was the first chief AI officer appointed back in 2016, the first chief data officer. I served as chief analytics, chief data and analytics officer, regardless of the title. My role has always been data, advanced analytics, robotics, and artificial intelligence. And as of 8 months ago,
Hello?
Hello, did I lose you?
Is your phone freezing? These freezes are absolutely incredible.
No, stop.
We already froze.
I'm in my cozy.
You actually not like that.
Forget this. Bye.
Analytics and content providers. Unless
Oh,
you're
well,
on
that's
an
just
enterprise
great.
edition,
Great.
there's no real way to switch it on. So when
Hello?
Microsoft announced Windows
Hello, did I lose you?
Is your phone freezing? These freezes are absolutely incredible.
on your PC by capturing snapshots of your screen and feeding it to an AI so you can insert your previous activity in natural language. It was framed as a convenient tool, but to many users, it felt like confirmation that Windows was crossing a line. Security researchers later found that the way
Football is a fast game. You have a set clock.
We don't have the time to look to the sideline and get the play.
Sometimes there's a no huddle. We have to worry about rushing so much and looking over to the sideline. A lot of time on the field, we would be waiting, and there would be that delay.
I'm excited to present this to you today, the AT&T 5G football helmet.
The coach will select a play. When they hit send, that goes via 5G to the helmet that the player is wearing.
And it's clear, and then the quarterback can call the play.
Hearing players have the audible. We have this different device that we look through, and so it does feel like, hey, we have the same access.
With AT&T 5G, I don't think the speed is going to be a concern.
I get the plays that fast. We can just focus on setting up the right place. So when we get the play, we're good to go.
Then people always have to look to be able to pay attention, and this levels that playing field.
I started playing football at the age of 7 from Pops. He played football, so I wanted to be just like him. I just have the ability to read lips, so I relied on that heavily growing up.
I always played with hearing people. I missed a lot of what they would be talking about, and so I wouldn't really feel like I had equal access, and it was very hard.
I'm excited to present this to you today, the AT&T 5G football helmet.
The coach will select a play. When they hit send, that goes via 5G to the helmet that the player is wearing.
And it's clear, and then the quarterback can call the play. Have the opportunity to get their attention in the game. That will level the playing field for us.
I think that AT&T helmet will change my whole life. If I plan to play in a professional league, I won't miss anything.
I never thought in all my life that I would see this kind of high technology in a helmet.
The world is moving in the right direction.
3829 Saratoga, 3829 Saratoga, primary
I grew up mainstream all my life. I've always been the deaf player on my football team.
Most of the time, our players, they are always labeled as the deaf star player. Here, at Gallaudet University, they're just a player.
1, 2, 3,
We're proud of our identity. We're proud to be deaf.
We all share the same passion of football.
I'm excited to present this to you today, the AT&T 5G football helmet.
The coach will select a play. When they hit send, that goes via 5G to the helmet that the player is wearing.
And it's clear, and then the quarterback can call the play.
When I first put on the helmet and I first saw the play, it felt like the world just instantly lifted off of my shoulders.
Now with the technology, it almost seems like there's no barrier. This is a game changer for all deaf and hard of hearing football players. I feel like the sky's the limit. Because deaf people are able to do things on a much higher level. Most of the time in high school, our players, they are always labeled as the deaf athlete or the deaf star player. Here, Gallaudet University, it's just a player. We work out the same way, we practice the same way, we compete the same way. The difference between coaching a hearing team compared to a deaf team is first the communication.
As the only deaf person on a hearing football team back in middle school, communication was tough, working through interpreters, having a lot of frustration when I need to focus on something else, and then something else is happening at the same time. I miss that.
We can't. So we just have to look to the side.
Sometimes we have to run to touch them to get their attention and know that there's one in play.
We have to live with mistakes. We don't always put our players in the best situation because if a player can't see you, if you're not locked in with eye contact, you know what I'm saying. Good afternoon. I've been waiting for this meeting to kind of share some amazing technology with you. We've been working with AT&T for the last year, collaborating.
We set out with one goal to increase the speed of communication between coach and player. I'm excited to present this to you today, the AT&T 5G football helmet.
This will change football.
AT&T 5G technology was the starting point for this.
The coach will have a tablet on which they will select a play. When they hit send, that goes via 5G to the helmet that the player is wearing.
Players will feel and see the play here in augmented reality before their eyes.
When we hit send, the player receives it, and it's clear, and then the quarterback calls play. Everyone involved in the project, from AT&T to the development team, was just amazing.
They were very open. You know how some people ask for feedback, but they don't hear you? They heard me.
To have our players easily receive communication from the coaches, that will level the playing field for us. That's all we need.
I think that AT&T helmet will change my whole life. If I plan to play in a professional league, I won't miss anything. When I first put on the helmet and I first saw the play, it felt like the world just instantly lifted off of my shoulders. Less penalties, no more late hits.
This is a game changer.
This is great
for all deaf and hard of hearing football players.
The future is bright.
Recent drivers should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to do on Cosmic and OS, I know what they do. It is a fantastic
Undergraduate degree here, graduated in 1993.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll check it out and figure it out.
A little Master's of Science in Analytics program, so I'm the true definition of teaching an old jacket new tricks. When I got invited to speak here, I was very excited. You know, the chance as an alumnus and as a customer. And I started asking around to my colleagues. I said, what will the students be most interested in?
Request 10 Rescue 3, clear touchscreen, CSV 3304, up 2301 Niagara, 2301 Niagara, will come in as 1 Tunnel 7.
At AT&T today, but the word I kept coming back to was perspective. They want to hear your perspective. At the time, I didn't know. I kept thinking about that word. And I thought the importance of the perspective. At the time, I didn't know my educational journey They actually giving perspective is what we do in my team.
Engine 13, call engine 13 for an electrical pole R-team.
Start out by
CSD 1509, I-14300 SPAD, and Coastal. Notify dispatch 1008.
A two-dimensional surface is to provide an impression of the height,
Location 2-20.
Kelsey, what are some struggles you face as a content creator?
So for me, especially as a black queer female growing up in Georgia, I haven't really had too many reference points, right, around what it really looks like for a creator who looks like me, who identifies the way that I identify, who believes what I believe, really being able to...
On the computer. To learn more about AT&T, subscribe to this channel, visit the AT&T newsroom, or watch more videos in the playlist seen here.
Some of which I'll return to later in the video.
Here we are in Chicago doing drive test. Hello, my name is David Bass. I'm one of the radio access network engineers working on 5G network. My job is to collect the drive test data and assess the performance of the 5G network. I'll be able to show you how we collect the data during our drive test. This is our 5G drive test kit consisting of 10 devices, both on 4G and 5G network. 4G network being used for comparison, for reference, and the 5G is to find out how good our 5G network is relative to 4G. Let's go drive and collect data. We have stopped here at a key location that's next to Tower Road and Route 90. Behind me, as you can see, there's a convention center and some key villages. We want to make sure that the 5G performance is kept right here. This device is collecting data on 5G, and it also displays RF parameters like RSRP, the signal strength, SINR, RSRP, those are the parameters that give you the level of interference there might be here. Since we have been here, it has probably gone through 2 or 3 iterations, test cycles. We're seeing about 101 to 113 megabits per second. That's a very good Corpus. This is Woodfield Mall in Schaumburg. It's one of the busiest malls in the country. A very busy place, and we need to get our customer experience really good here. Now that we have completed the drive testing, we will look at the data from good coverage areas and marginal coverage areas. Based on this sample data, we'll be able to identify where we need to improve the performance, 5G coverage.
To learn more about AT&T, subscribe to this channel, visit the AT&T newsroom, or watch more videos in the playlist seen here.
The dream is to have a place where patients and scientists can interact. We can have different disciplines, physicists, mathematicians, engineers, all together to think about the problems we have in cancer.
The Ellison Institute for Transformative Medicine is a brand new state-of-the-art facility in LA, and the intent of it is to really figure out new ways of identifying and then treating cancer in patients.
The goal of the design is to help everyone interact together and to create an interdependency between patient and researcher and physician and everybody that contributes to this healing process. We hope to make all their paths intersect across collaboration and transparency is really essential to believing in that you can be healed.
AT&T Business is going to serve as one of the primary technology providers for the Ellison Institute. And we're bringing together some of the latest technologies like 5G and edge computing, along with these wayfinding and interaction of data between patients and medical researchers to really help them figure out better ways of treating cancer. The doctors there are going to be generating a truly massive amount of data, and they want to be able to capture that via 5G image, move it to the right place so that they can analyze it, get insights off of it.
What it gives you are these little windows into everything that's going on around the building. It's symbolic to me of that constant connection without technology.
When you think about healthcare, it starts with the patient. And all of us at one point or another in our lives have been patients, and we want better outcomes faster. Technology can help in that.
To learn more about AT&T, subscribe to this channel, visit the AT&T newsroom, or watch more videos in the playlist seen here.
About 6 months ago, we started an effort with the University of Missouri to bring a 5G course to the university campus. We put together this curriculum, brought in 30 students that were handpicked across a number of different colleges, and so they're here today as a kickoff for their semester.
Students are going to get first-hand knowledge about the foundations of wireless technologies, about the evolution of 5G, as well as about 15 minutes. In an immersive experience, 5G in action out at AT&T Stadium, here at the AT&T Discovery District, as well as the AT&T Foundry in Plano, Texas.
I think the hardest thing is going to be how many possibilities there are with 5G. It's such a big field that we really don't even know what question we're answering yet.
There's also versions of able to take students off the campus, out of the state. You can even take education to a futuristic level. And we're building these collaborative, interdisciplinary teams to attack a real business problem.
Immediately pulling up on the bus to the stadium, it was just sort of like mind-blowing, like how big it was.
You don't have to be a Cowboy fan to appreciate the architectural marvel that you're about to see.
And then, you step inside and you've got the field there. So it's just like going through the technology that's behind the stadium. We were talking about the theoretical things and like what it can enable for the consumer, and then to actually go to a stadium and sort of see it in practice.
Each one of these columns has one of our 5G Wi-Fi hotspots hooked into it.
You hear about these experiences, VR and AR, and you don't get a chance to actually use them. And so I'm already thinking about how I can bring that to my campus.
This is our aesthetic foundation. It's going to represent the access that we bring to students on campus.
The goal of today is to get them thinking differently. So taking what they learned yesterday about 5G, what they're learning about AT&T, and thinking about how we can implement that on campus.
Should we put anything on the light pole so they say it's like a sensor?
Yeah, no, there's tiny pieces in here. We can definitely cut these up.
It's really exciting to watch them using their knowledge and their skills and creativity to come up with solutions that will help improve the lives of everyone.
Basically, it's game day traffic control, so you can allocate security and police officers towards actual crowd.
This whole interdisciplinary way of doing things is I'm finding my superpower. I'm finding my place in the world and my potential.
It's really exciting to see fresh ideas, hear the questions, hear the perspectives.
617 Greenwich, debido dialysis, 3710 FM 1889, 3710 FM 1889, area 2003, work off, fire dispatch at 1017.
To provide the best product possible with 5G and incorporating that into everyone's daily lives.
Couldn't be prouder of our students. Look at technology and 5G as your friend. These are not our students are our assets. Our hopes and aspirations are that these guys are going to be the future business leaders, not just in
To learn more about AT&T, subscribe to this channel, visit the AT&T newsroom, or watch more videos from the playlist seen here.
About 6 months ago, we started an effort with the University of Missouri to bring a 5G course to campus.
They need a secure, integrated connectivity within their own network.
We put together this curriculum, brought in 20 students that were handpicked across a number of different colleges, and so they're here today as a kickoff for their semester.
It's really amazing to me just to see all the technology that is here and that is being used and where we could be going with that in the future.
Learn, stretch, grow. You can't do those things.
Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here. The menu
brought all our students back to Dallas to do kind of an intensive 2-day session where they get a crash course on AT&T.
One of the professors actually building the ship as we sail it, but also getting a deeper understanding of what 5G can do and how we can implement that with our daily lives.
What we're doing is taking our students off the campus, out of the state, to take education to a futuristic level. And we're building these collaborative interdisciplinary teams to attack a real business problem.
I think the hardest thing is going to be how many possibilities there are with 5G. It is such a big field that we really don't even know.
Well, 30 plus what, please?
Well, hey everybody, welcome, and it sounds like you got a great couple days planned in Dallas.
Students are going to get first-hand knowledge about the foundations of wireless technologies, about the evolution of 5G, as well as the opportunity to see firsthand in an immersive experience 5G in action out at the stadium here at the AT&T
Location
District.
10-20.
It's a very interesting, non-traditional way to learn, and there's a lot of opportunity within 5G, and getting to work with a corporate partner is really exciting to me.
In business, in the real world, everybody has to work together. So if you're in marketing or PR or finance, you have to work together as a team to win.
That's just been really amazing to see everybody working together in the real world, and motivates me to be a better collaborative person, and really emphasizes the fact that it's a huge team effort.
Medic 1 for the sick call at the MHID, 1546 South Valley, 1546 South Valley, area 3319, please hosting 2 medics for associated complaining and pain, for fire dispatch 1021.
And you've got the field there, and it's just incredible. So, just like going through the technology that's behind the stadium. We were talking about these theoretical things and like what it can enable for the consumer. And then to actually go to the
10-20. My favorite experience that we've had so far was definitely going to AT&T Stadium, seeing the kind of technology they can put into that with the pros.
Each one of these columns has one of our 5G Wi-Fi hotspots hooked into it.
Makes me super excited for what to see into the future of smart stadiums.
A very cool experience. We hear about these experiences, VR and AR, and you don't get a chance to actually use them. And so even though Pose with the Pros was a very small aspect of 5G, I'm already thinking about how I can bring that to my campus.
This is our incentive foundation. It's going to represent the excellence on campus with 5G.
The goal of today is to get them thinking differently. So taking what they learned yesterday about 5G, what they're learning about AT&T, and thinking about how we can implement that on their campus. What can they do to really drive that conversation and that creativity?
Should we put anything on the light bulb so they say it's like a sensor?
Yeah, no, there's tiny pieces in here. We can definitely cut these up.
It's really exciting to watch them. We've seen them grow over the last couple of days. Now using their knowledge and their skills and their creativity to come up with solutions that will help improve the lives of everyone.
Basically, it's game day traffic control, so you can allocate like security and police officers toward like actual crowd.
It's kind of the arts and crafts table, and they're using their imagination to build a 3D version of their idea.
For students who want to go to the game and maybe already have tickets, but also need to get their homework done, we'll have an app that connects to all the stats of the game in real time, as well as quiet study space. You can see that kind of behind the field here.
It's almost like this whole interdisciplinary way of doing things is like, I'm finding my superpower. I'm finding my place in the world and my potential. I know something that nobody else at this table knows. I have value now.
My hopes and dreams for these students is that they come up with ideas that we can actually bring to life.
What I really appreciate about this course is just the fact that I have a chance to experience research in this field and what an actual application in solving these use cases is going to look like.
It's really exciting to see the fresh ideas here in the classroom through the perspectives of the students. So
I want people to know that we're preparing ourselves to provide the product possible with 5G,
Look at technology and 5G. These are not examples.
As it should be.
Our students are our assets. My hopes and aspirations are these guys are going to be the future business leaders, not just here, but
completed with 6653
To learn more about AT&T, subscribe to this channel, visit the AT&T newsroom, or watch more videos in the playlist seen here.
It's nice, but if you don't like Wayland and if you need a bunch of...
I'm very excited to be here at the opening of the Friends of Nations 5G activation. As you can see, this is a life-size replica of Friends Central Park set, among many other things. No, I've never seen a set like this in the past 25 years. I've worked on the real version for 10 years. And I can say that we do not have Lego cups made out of actual Legos. This is scale. I can vouch for that. Because my character spent pretty much most of his time in this general area. It's very comfortable. Turning around and pretending to make some espresso cappuccino by whipping my elbows and like this.
Clear registration does not have a expiration date.
The volumetric exhibit was like sci-fi dreams like I had as a kid. It's like, wouldn't it be really super cool in the future if I could like miniaturize myself and put myself in this environment seamlessly and literally instantly and wirelessly? It was like science fiction to me. It's stuff that I could only dream of. Yeah, and it's gonna. I think of the other uses for this. This is for entertainment. But wow, think about like the medical field and science and education. I think it's a brave new world. It's just so nice to be all the fans now, like 3 generations of fans of our friends. It's humbling. It's a bit bewildering that I'm here 25 years after the show started. And still talking to people like the show is fresh for them. It's astounding. Just the fact that like AT&T and GM
CNC 1411 at 341 Pineda. 341 Pineda. Fire dispatch 1026.
My favorite one yet. Just because it's so immersive and all the fans really genuinely love it and it's interactive. And there are things here that they cannot see anywhere else. I'm humbled. I had no idea that I would be here 25 years later after starting as an extra on a show and then being developed into a character and being fortunate and lucky enough to have been a part of that for 10 years. I thought it might have been done after that, but here it is 25 years after it started and it's more popular than ever in some respects. And it's multi-generational, it's multicultural, done in so many different languages in so many different countries. And that's a lot the miracle of social media too. Everybody's like a big communal experience now, worldwide communal experience of Friends fans.
Route 10, unit 3043.
What's the big deal with 5G? Check this out. For the NBA's Summer League games, AT&T hosted 2 5G demos to give fans a taste of their future. The first demo was mobile cloud gaming over 5G. Fans used Samsung's S10 5G handsets to play either the NBA 2K19 game or LEGO Batman 3. A 5G network meant seamless connectivity crystal clear graphics, and gameplay as smooth as sitting at home with an expensive gaming computer, all remotely. The second demo was a 5G download station. Fans checked out the super fast download speeds with 5G. A movie-sized file, bam, to a smartphone in seconds. With 5G, fans will put themselves in the center of the action like never before. Mobile gaming, entertainment, and sports, all on 5G.
AT&T Stadium's the first 5G stadium in the United States.
That was epic, epic.
Finally, for the first time with 5G, we actually understand what augmented reality can mean for us, of how we live our lives, what's in store for us in the future. And it's more than just speed and decrease in latency, it's about engagement and experience.
From the moment the fans enter AT&T Plaza on their way into the stadium, they're going to be able to see and interact with giant versions of their favorite players towering above the stadium. The 3D volumetric capture is stunning. Then, once you come in through the gates, you're going to be able to pose with your favorite players as part of the virtual huddle. Email it to your friends or yourself.
And it's now on my phone, I can post it first.
And then finally, we have the ability to interact with your favorite player. It literally looks like you're doing a touchdown dance next to them, posing with them, and then, of course, you can show that. That looks more real than you do. 5G is experiential technology. So we're using the power of 5G with high bandwidth and low latency networking to take that into an actual experience that consumers can understand and understand the benefits of 5G. Samsung has been really keen on being a leader in 5G. We've launched our first 5G-enabled smartphone, the Galaxy S and 5G, to actually power new experiences for consumers. So this game is to illustrate 5G air gaming. It's called Time Tackle. Okay, let us do battle.
Bringing people to a destination is all about experience, and you can do it through 5G, and here at AT&T Stadium we're showing you how to do that.
I think I could play this for hours.
More experiences. That's going to be a reason for people to come to the stadium and experience all of those new engagement and interactions with the players and the teams.
Come out and check it out. Be a part of the most incredible engagement you'll ever see.
It gives fans another experience to come out into the stadium. You know, something they might never.
Over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, 5G will literally change the way business is done.
Whether it's augmented reality, robotics, autonomous vehicles, and obviously the speeds are going to get better.
What's new here is they're really pushing the latency way down.
We're going to have hundreds of thousands of cells, so we're pretty excited about the capabilities.
More bandwidth, better user experience, keep pushing the edge of the technology to give more and more data to the end user.
I don't think I have seen a technology which changes so much so quickly as we are trying to do with 5G.
Some of you are asking, do I need a new plan to experience 5G? And the answer is no.
Add stuff.
Don't just take my word for
In
it.
terms of other apps,
although that's come with fast, reliable, interface, 5G, and no additional service costs. 5G,
you also
that's
get
easy.
image viewer as well. They install Thunderbird for email. You also get a bunch of various little preferences for managing printers, for iBus, for the disk usage. Just all of that stuff that we don't have.
About the special occasion that lit up hundreds of people in this crowd.
A recent drivers should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So you can do all those things and so on. I love
Route to West 285 at 1838. West 285 at 1830. We ran into a abandoned vehicle. RP stated I was thinking road time, especially on foggy days. She doesn't want anyone
Golden Boy here for the AT&T Annihilator Cup. Last week, 20 incredible streamers battled their way through Halo Infinite. Let's take a look at some of the biggest moments.
Alright, now I'm ready.
Alright, cool. This is a fantastic opening as they had AC control B. Anything could happen though, and I would love to see if the upset can be pulled off by our Alpha Squad. Tim's playing on mouse and keyboard. If you have the right strategy, regardless of the roster you ended up with, you can walk away with the W. Here we go, big game for Team Echo. It's going to be Noko, Lyric, Double Lip, and Slayers as we were able to get this game up and running.
Noko's like, look, I'll have a triple here, but please don't get in the point.
Excellent stuff off screen. Everyone is focused on their own objective and not worried about playing defense here. Rue Lovely, Mischief, B-Nans, and Shroud. I know a lot of people are excited to see what Shroud can do. He's playing under the title of Point Eclipse, I believe.
Interesting stuff. C will still stay in the hands of Team Delta.
Nice, let's go. It's going to be Shroud and Mischief trying to lead the charge.
Let's go! Got her? Pretty impressive stuff across the board from some of our players here.
That's just a lot of points on the board.
Oh! Courage again, leading the way in terms of kills. So I wouldn't be surprised if we were
Let's go to Jake and Bayton with Alexia Wright and Emmy Root for our Bravo squad in green.
These guys are feeling themselves country right now. I mean, this is just unbelievable what they're doing.
Can they keep this pace though? What about
Let's go! Good job, guys. And again. We're seeing a lot of double kills happening in the kill feed from Tommy, and if they allow Tommy to do this any longer, this could be pretty dangerous in terms of a snowball situation.
Tommy has 5 kills, by the way, while I'm talking about this.
Tommy's good, dude. I got it! Let's go!
The action couldn't have been closer. Tommy took home the top spot as our AT&T 5G MVP. Thanks for watching. Join us this Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern to find out who'll come out on top in the tournament's next and final game, CSGO. Golden Boy here for the AT&T Annihilator Cup. Last week, 20 incredible streamers battled their way through CSGO. Let's take a look at some of the biggest moments.
PPPX, he's still able to pick up 3. It's an uphill battle here for both teams as we just try to find our niche. What's our go-to strategy here? B-Man.
She's in such an impactful position right here. Look at Bravo.
Everyone's excited to win here. Jacob Egg being one of those. He's got a potential to close this out.
Who's a gamer? Courage has made a sort of a push there.
21. Nice!
And Lulu Love, great support.
Oh. Too quick, Courage, JD. Not today, bud. Nice. Team Charlie.
Feeling confident.
Big one for Tim. Nice.
Lyric, say, listen, I don't need a webcam to shoot you in the face.
So there's Double Lip. Ultimately, that's going to call for the aggression here. Team Charlie working their way up long.
Take the bomb case out.
Tommy, just standing tall all game. He's been looking real confident there.
That's who?
Tommy, you're fragging out, man.
Tommy's looking crisp right now. Shroud looking like a one-man army there, as we know.
Ready.
Right here.
Shroud, right here, you idiot! What?
Alexia Ray winning in the open.
How am I the only one that dies?
Keo, standing tall. Just look at it.
Oh
my god!
After a fierce battle, Tommy took home the week's top spot as our AT&T 5G MVP.
I was confident in Halo. I thought I had no chance in CSGO, but it was pretty good, you know, to go back-to-back especially. I had a really good team, though, to be fair, so that sort of helped, but I'm feeling good.
However, after adding everything together from all 5 tournament games, Jake and Big was declared our AT&T Annihilator Cup champion, taking home $125,000 and a lifetime of bragging rights because he did it again.
Hello, man. This is crazy. Like, I'm pulling out my hair. I've been sitting here for a while. I pulled out my hair, and last year I got to say, imagine losing to an IRL streamer, but this year I could say, imagine losing to an IRL streamer twice.
Thanks for watching, and check out more of the tournament's biggest moments now at gaming.att.com/annihilatorcup. From all of us here at AT&T, we thank you so much for tuning in every single week, and we'll see you next time. Take care.
Now this way.
3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What is that? Unit mitigate protocol, ESZ 8011, 1537 meters,
5 What I really love about the AT&T Byron Nelson is that for every birdie or better on hole 17, they donate $2,500 to birdies for students. You can keep score of the birdies and the total donation here on the board on hole 17.
What's up, everybody? My name is Matthew Nature out of Hayes. They're hosting the AT&T Byron Nelson.
Community, convenience, beauty, connection. They make cities thrive. But can we make our cities cleaner and smarter? Welcome to National Landing, a faster, cleaner, more connected way to move cities forward. JBG Smith and AT&T have come together to build the promise of the first true 5G city, with AT&T's 5G woven into the infrastructure of virtually every corner of the city. National Landing will deliver world-class placemaking, with abundant green housing options and transit choices. National Landing's connectivity infrastructure, including 5G, fiber, and edge, will unlock the potential of smart cities and help management, like monitoring of the water network. This idea is just a ripple in the wave of smart cities to come. The power of the art of the possible, brought to you by AT&T 5G and the physical and digital placemaking of JBG Smith. They'll try to stop me, but I'm stronger than them. I thought I'd never find this place. They were wrong.
And then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In Corpus, you get the you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME image viewer.
Think about the imperative in front of us. Climate change is existential and it must be addressed. It simply can't be passed to others to solve at some future date.
National Landing is a project that, before we even started, it's an existing neighborhood. It's an existing neighborhood with an office market the size of the Austin, Texas CBD. It's home to Amazon's second headquarters, and it's home to Virginia Tech's $1 billion innovation campus. JBG is the master developer of this 15 million square foot project, ranging 4 miles end to end, that's being built top to bottom with next generation future connectivity.
The ability to impact water consumption, the ability to impact electricity consumption or heating and cooling, coupled with the AI around it, actually creates this virtual cycle for your business case, right, for investment. And so how do you think about that, and how are you going to be the you're the poster child for this, for others to follow.
We've talked about this a lot, is actually understanding more about how people use our buildings. And we've said from the outset, we're not about collecting PII information or making our business, not what we do. But what we do want to know is, is a room empty? Is it full? Is it hot in here? Should I have the HVAC run? Because I can detect there are a lot of people in the room. And you can read in the newspaper so much of what we do today in our industry is, it's antique. You think about how many people swipe their badge to come into the building. It doesn't matter if someone swiped their badge and 5 people followed them in. I want to know how many people are in a room at a given time so we can adjust energy utilization. And then I can adjust my sensor network and actually build out a case that teaches me more about the right kind of product to build.
Engineers Medicaid, call for Engineers Medicaid, call ESD 8007, 4715 Archer, 4113 Archer, Corpus, Ambulance 1, 1045.
Is what we'll say when we land.
Captain, we need to delay the launch.
Yes.
It's never too much.
Okay, now you can start. AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure.
Number's going to be
Kelsey, what are some struggles you face as a content creator? So for me, especially as a black queer female growing up in Georgia, I haven't really had too many reference points, right, around what it really looks like for a creator who looks like me, who identifies the way that I identify, who believes what I believe, really being able to create the life that they want at scale and being able to broadcast that. How can I really take my understanding of who I am and try to create more space and time so that I myself can create, but then also open up gaps so that people can do that for themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Jordan Harbinger and I'm here with Tisha Allen, Kazim Famide, Kelsey Davis, Danielle Robay, and AT&T to talk about 5G and the future of content creation. Let's get into it. So, Danielle, tell us your name, your handle, your primary platform, and what kind of content.
What's up, everybody? I'm Danielle Robay. My handle is my name, Danielle Robay. I am a TV host and content creator of a podcast called Pretty Smart, which is a love letter to women with something to say. And I host a national show about TV and film.
My name is Kelsey Davis. I'm the founder and CEO of Collective. We're a portfolio platform that connects creators and brands. I've been a freelance creator producer for around 10 years and then ended up actually building a technology company to help creators like myself bring their creative vision to life. You can find me at Directed by Kels, and yeah.
Hey, my name is Kazim Famide. You can find me at Kazim on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, but on TikTok you can find me my full name, at Kazim Famide. I'm a content creator, podcast and television host, TV host for MSG Networks, podcast host for Spotify, Ringer, and Point to Bay USA, and I also host a podcast called Say Less with Kazlo Kinrozy, which is really just me and my friends messing around, having fun, but we have conversations with interesting people between pop culture, music, sports, and everything in between.
Hey y'all, I'm Tisha Allen. I'm a golf media personality. You can find me on all platforms at Tisha Allen. Anything and everything golf, fitness, instruction, trick shots, coverage, you name it, I'm there.
Danielle, what made you want to get into content creation?
I had a little bit of a different path. I went to school in the Midwest for journalism and political science. Then I got hired by this YouTube conglomerate, which was one of those places where people rode around on hoverboards. It was like so fun and also so many creatives in one space. And so we were producing original content, editing news pieces, interviews for like 12 to 15 hours a day. We would stay late. We became like best friends. And it was there that I saw how technology was growing. Instagram started becoming a thing. I learned how to use YouTube, how to title, use SEO, all those things. And I used to think that my dream job was working for one of these huge networks. And I realized that I could kind of do everything I was doing and make it a little bit more meaningful, even if I was doing it myself. So I rode both paths simultaneously, and luckily I've been able to continue that.
Kels, what about you?
Yeah, for me, I've always identified as a creator. That originally started as a videographer, filmmaker, producer, and so I actually quit basketball, was on my way to D1 school, decided to hang up my sneakers, pick up the camera, ended up getting my bachelor's in film. By my sophomore year, I was traveling across the world, producing content with my favorite artists and brands, and that was an incredible experience. Also ended up taking a job one summer with one of the largest media conglomerates, and that was the time when I realized, like, okay, like, I'm gonna go disrupt the agency model. And, I ended up taking a lot of the stuff that I learned as an individual freelance producer, but then also working with brands, and then created Collective, which is a talent marketplace that connects creators and brands. Kind of went from myself being an individual creator to finding joy and kind of being this architect of knowledge that is able to help creators create. And so that's really the heartbeat behind what I do, and it's kind of enabled me to pivot throughout my journey, but still with the main heartbeat of investing in creators.
I would say around college was, it was around 2009, and it was the time that like print journalism and like online journalism was really sort of like starting to mesh together. And at the place that I was working at, they were very much focused on the print side of journalism. And I was just like, great, this is where everything else is going though, you know what I'm saying? So at that time, I didn't just help, get them into the digital age. I helped, this is pre 2010 where there's like 20, 30 people working at the social department or working in the digital department. I was the one-man social and digital department for a magazine that had 30 years of, experience in the industry, so it was exactly, right? So like being able to sort of like see all facets of that, it kind of put me in a space where, man, if I can figure this out the way I know I can figure it out, I can't only just create cool content for myself, I can help employ and create content for others as well.
All right, Tisha, what about you?
It really just fell on my lap. It wasn't something that, I think we can all speak for it, like, it's not something that, like, I'm studying to be a content creator, It's like we all either, like, got into broadcasting or being an entrepreneur, what have you. And so my path was broadcasting alongside being a professional athlete, and I thought, worst case scenario, I'm going to fall back into broadcasting. Best case scenario, I'll be a professional golfer. And then as I started documenting my journey when Instagram became a thing, firstly, my first post was like a picture of dogs. I legit did not know about it. I was like, that's good. And I didn't think anything of it. And soon I just started gaining a following. I started winning a few events. I started showcasing I can jump with the golf ball on working trucks, and that kind of started to pop off. And then soon thereafter, when it hit 2018, I came to a crossroad where it was like, wow, do I still want to be a professional, or do I want to create? And I started really thinking, I have so much but I've been doing it since 2016, but 2018 I was like, this is it, like, let's get it, I think this is meant to stay.
You're constantly producing content, you're constantly consuming content. What role does 5G have in helping you keep the pace?
I love that you use the word pace, because I think that is what makes 5G so helpful, is it accelerates absolutely everything. I also think that it has totally democratized the way that we put out content, because before you needed, have you seen those big production when you have like a live show, you have those big trucks and all the wires and all the equipment. 5G makes it so you don't really need all that. You can do a lot on your own.
Sorry, everybody in this room.
You guys are cool.
That's funny. Yeah, but you can really do a lot on your own, and so I can write, produce, put out the content, edit it, all those things much faster, much easier, and with way less of a barrier to entry.
Great. Kelsey, what about you?
Yeah, same thing. When you're working with creators, creativity, content all day, what you need is speed, right? You need the ability to create, to collaborate. It's one thing also to have your own thing on your own device, but being able to collaborate together, right? Having multiple work streams going on, being able to have video calls, right? Being able to have export, download, upload, being able to do that on the go, right? It's all about speed and scale, right? And so 5G definitely helps when it comes to scaling and accelerating connectivity. And so for creators, that's everything.
I actually don't even think that we've seen all that 5G can do yet. I think this year we're really going to see the 5G ecosystem explode.
Yeah, I think 5G, just as everyone has said, just makes things faster. So, like the coverage that I do, it's very different than, like, I guess broadcast. Like I basically do it out of the comfort of my phone. holding it in a selfie position, and I say, you know, what's up, y'all? I'm here at a golf tournament, you know, whatever it is. And whenever, especially when you're in really dense areas, right? It's so important. Like me and my team, literally, we'll film it. I pass it. We turn over in the content. We're cutting it up. We're turning it. And the worst thing is when you can't upload. But because you have 5G, you're able to. And I'm like, I'm sorry, y'all who can't. I'm on it. Like, I'm getting things in real time because, especially when I'm in season, I'm doing a new event, completely different. Like, one day I could be doing a trick shot show, and the next day I could be in front of, like, TV being a golf analyst. Completely different outfit, different environment, everything. And so for me, I have to deliver my content in real time. It's just like if I'm recording, you know, the scores in a golf game. Like, they don't care about what happened yesterday. They need to know what the moment after the shot happened. And so I'm always delivering content immediately, and 5G makes that happen faster.
The
liveness aspect
is
so crucial.
Kazim, how do you use AT&T 5G tech to keep up with sports viewing?
A great thing I got to take part of this past summer. I went to July. I went to the AT&T Innovation Exchange in Las Vegas during NBA Summer League, and they rolled out just so many incredible innovations in technology that is going to improve just the way people are watching sports. You know, I think one thing that we've really been on top of as far as like sports coverage is being able to be on top of these numbers. And with the augmented reality that you can see through your phone while watching the game. I'm not gonna lie, it was a trip, right? Like it was like I was watching like a real life video game, like a real life, you know, you could see when the shots were going up and like it was like color coordinated, and you could see when a player would get a rebound, it would pop up like on the screen. And you know, of course you can go to another website while the game is on and like find stats, but it wasn't as intuitive as this was. And just like seeing just how easy it was to use, I was like, wow, this is gonna be the wave. So I would say when it comes to creating content and viewing content as well, the more information that you get along with the technology,
The AR game view makes it super interactive. So as somebody who's just a fan and likes to watch, it makes me feel like I'm on the court, even though I didn't pay for that. You know? Like it makes it way more interactive and fun, I think, to watch.
It's super fun. Like you're watching it, and you know you could be in the arena. So I was in the arena. Like I was maybe on like the second ball, just like watching from the top. I'll never forget. It was a summer league game. I think somebody hit a shot, and you can see his stats like pop up over his head, like as soon as you walk in.
I'm going to go down here to virtual box and go to select the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because a virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. You can fix this by going backwards.
That's Wilson Team Santa Fe, Wellman, Fire Dispatch 1057.
To glasses. That's right. On one end, you have powerful headsets for shorter, more immersive computing tasks, like watching 3D movies, playing games, and getting work done. On the other, you have lightweight AI glasses providing all-day wear with quick access to information. And in the middle are devices that blend the two. We already use an ecosystem of devices.
Drive easy 11 away. Please don't see more questions. Medics can work off of fire dispatch.
Fighting 18.8.
Right.
I guess so. 3018, 1044. We're trying to thank you.
Traffic.
34, go ahead.
It's going to be 361 Grand Caribbean with License plate Tom 5261 Lincoln.
3 Medic 9, first aid call, ESE 3318, at 2602 Hospital Boulevard, Unit B, work off EMS 1, 11 o'clock.
Silence trimming complete.
93 from dispatch. From dispatch. No EMS, leopard and artisan.
Airport 60, David, Rampart.
David, Rampart 1838. Received. You can switch to EMS 1 with engine 101.
A recent kernel
Renaming and preparation complete.
to run that on any computer without any problem. Include on Cosmic and OS. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And
14 Cosmic, 13 first aid call, ESC 1410, F6018, Parkway, Davida Dialysis, provided dispatch 1101.
Problems when opening and closing apps.
Airport 60, David, Rampart.
David, Rampart 1838.
Audacity, Drum Machine, Handbrake for encoding, Caden Live video editor, going down, you also get OBS video, Handbrake for encoding, Caden Live video editor.
Database sorting. The entire audio workflow is finished.
And no difference, this is finished things off, so there is no more recent drivers to code, should be able to run that on any computer.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Move 3 files to processing zone.
The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Location was 10-20.
Open calculator.
Database reorganized. LVC JSON generation complete with work. Huge super workflow finished with full reorganization.
a recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problems.
The wiring is not working for you. You've got present video vision. The talks on both your houses is going to come up in those primaries.
Carlos, let me get your take. In talking to a White House official, I was told, look, don't rule out the possibility that there could be an 11th hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
You could understand why it would happen.
050 Mustang. Signal 1 outside. 10-4. Spectacular.
10-4.
I'll be 10-8 from East Main heading to South Back Street collision. 27 and 28 are showing clear, valid. Insurance on that vehicle is currently showing unconfirmed. There is no policy expiry date provided. I'm showing that that is a tow truck plate. It's going to be a 24 Chevy pickup, registered to a ship out of Corpus.
Yo 1.
Yo 1. Hello. Word.
Ace. 3051 is ready.
So up there is the rock race about it. The really cool thing with this type of television is you actually get to see the adversary. You get to see the rock as running about in the battle.
31 clarification.
More explosions, more rubble cleared away, more shot breathing. Again, step by step, bit by bit.
This small part of the project, we had 550 meters of loose ground excavation, and then we continued.
Or number of records, or number of fields, or anything.
Unit 3, medic signs requesting you on EMS 1. Park 7, Evan Garza.
Charlie 482 copy, falling in order 0284.
Yeah, let me know, staying overnight.
Good as fast as you get the gate, please.
159,
Check out for 109. Chevy pick. 415 or
Matt, 58, California.
any other time?
Greetings, Johnny. Waverly Wildcats.
In 1965, a few scientists at Bell Labs joined with peers from MIT and General Electric on a project called Multiplex Information and Computing Service, or MULTIX. The idea was to create this general-purpose utility for sharing time on
I know what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, land by 1838.
May 13 for GPS device activation. Estimated address 2207 Crystal Bay. ESC 1431. Work off. MS 1111. Feature ESC 8004 at 2722 Saki, 2722 Saki. Work off EMS 1111.
Add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player, which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In PopOS, you get LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. In PopOS, you get LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. They install Thunderbird. All of that stuff that they don't also get a bunch of various little preferences for managing printers, for iBus, for the disk usage. Just all of that stuff that they don't have a native Cosmic app for. They pre-install something generally from GNOME or from another desktop entirely. It's fine. The apps are like
Art scanning complete. 30 files moved for renaming. Art scanning complete. 30 files moved for renaming. Art scanning complete.
60 data transfer.
30 files moved for renaming.
David, land by 1838.
At 3626 Cobb Street, 3626 Cobb. Work off fire dispatch 1113. Alert from dispatch.
Excited about things that I could ask for. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
When we come back, there's good news tonight about the special occasion that put up hundreds of people in this track.
a recent kernel, recent drivers. You should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on cosmic and voices, I love that they did a fantastic first draft
Saturday, we highlight the many people who
first draft.
41.
These are the settings are very
In our heated main kitchen, which is our largest kitchen, also recently got a health inspection, no demerits, score 100. So I give a huge shout out to our executive chef, Nelson Sherwood. He runs a tight ship along with Nick on operations. But that is all of my hospitality updates. Thank you.
Thanks, Monty. So, we've talked about some of the previous successes that we had. Now we're going to...
Yell one.
41.
Hello.
41 Sunflower. 680 Sunflower.
Okay.
Please over here, 24.
One.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Can't see you.
4911, do you copy?
Okay, can you set I can't see you? Hi. Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
4911, do you copy?
Okay, the motion carries. Can you set I right? Hi. Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 23. That is resolution authorizing. Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 23. That is resolution authorizing an interlocal.
Airport 60, David, transfer.
David, I'm sorry, 1838.
But the worst was yet to come. But the worst was yet to come by Raycon. With the holidays coming up in Australia, which by the way is summer, the weather is purchased for long nights in the evening. And with the holidays coming up in Australia also, by the way, is summer. Come on into earbuds. I love having music on. They're great. It's too different from regular earbuds. I've been using Raycon's essential earbuds, and honestly they're clear great. What makes these different from regular earbuds is that they sit just outside your ear, so you get a clear, full sound while still hearing what's wrong.
Show me how to fucking 43. Cairo 75.
It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. Some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems using and using apps.
Which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run.
Here. Received. Music was 5-3.
Over.
405.
Reporting your long service.
10-4, good morning.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Stay right there, 2-6. Stay right there, 2-6. Stay right there, 2-6. Stay right there, 2-6. Stay right there, 2-6.
Arriving 1.2.
And another light on each of the other corner.
One from dispatch. Engine 1 Medic 12, call for Engine 1 Medic 12, for a sick call, ESE 1004, North Staples, West Broadway, North Staples at West Broadway. Work off EMS 1, 1123.
Mr. 4.
Line 23, show me service, I'll be working till 10 p.m.
Use a Faraday bag or an RF shield whenever you're out with your phone. And finally, number 6, stay informed and support. There's one particular piece of legislation that's already passed the House, but it's been just sitting there languishing in the Senate, which is the Fourth Amendment is not for sale Act. This is a great piece of legislation because it would warrant the ability of these third-party companies to be able to work with cops to
Right here, this says, not will be blocked.
Oh, and make sure you look at the scene whether you
Location
are
was 2-20.
Open calculus.
Airport 60 data Rampart.
David, Lampard 8038.
849 today.
29. Cancel.
I just think I should have gone first.
Unrecognized.
Careful.
Little Fire Department Medic 72, call for engine test and Little Fire Department Medic 72 for breathing problems. ESC 1022 at 205 South Enterprise, the VA outpatient, for cost ambulance 1, 1126.
1126. Cancel.
660, that's all.
650, cancel.
In. And here we are back on the desktop, a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, you need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, those drivers have already been installed. Here from NVIDIA,
I love what they are. It is a fantastic management drivers of the desktop, but it is still a first draft. The applications are not text editor settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, and setting is as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure if it's
Chrome, and I also want to make sure that offline when you do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to the
Right, so how do you move up to date?
Disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. We can fix this by going backwards.
Titanic 1, showing 0.1.
We see XR as a spectrum of devices, from headset to device.
That's right. On one end, you have powerful headsets for shorter, more immersive computing tasks. That's right. Watching 3D movies, you have powerful headsets and getting shorter, more immersive. On the other, you have lightweight AI glasses 3D movies, providing all-day wear and getting quick access to information. On the other, you have lightweight AI devices providing the all-day wear.
We already use an ecosystem of devices.
And in the middle are devices that blend the two.
We already use an ecosystem of devices, from laptop,
a recent kernel, a recent driver, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones. You can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
1020, July 2025, 2007. Pickup, lighting color. Owner is well Garza. Student rating on 425 West Bennett Street in South William.
A.
Engine is going to be confirmed. 29.
What was your phone number on the return?
8.
29.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8
and call for Medic 17 for reading problems, ESC 1022 at 205 South Enterprise 8, outpatient, work off EMS 1 with engine 10, 11:30.
Excited about things that I could ask for. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
When we come back, there's good news tonight about the special occasion that
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on the CSC software, I love that they it is a fantastic recent travel, recent driver, you should be able to run that applications, settings, you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, for some stuff is on a desktop as it should be. There are some applications problems with opening and closing apps, very visuals, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
So today, Rico's confirmed for now. Can you have an address again? So we'll try to make contact with them. 10-4. It's gonna be 425 West Bennett Street. 425 West Bennett. 10-4. 10-4.
Train service over the air.
Four down, 3 around.
1022, 205 South Enterprise. I'll show you working with engine 10 off EMS 1.
Stay right there.
Go ahead, please.
Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there.
Charlie 483 Club, copy, call Lincoln Nora 0284.
You logged into Unit 6502. Were you 10-4 on your call, 205 South Enterprise?
Oh, yes, sir. This is the gas department. Who are you looking for?
What I can do is I can clear you from the call. You can log off and log back in. I don't think you got it.
So you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on
Client, South Enterprise at the VA outpatient.
It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's OBS, but as I said, it also happens inside of virtual machines, so there might be something there, but it is a functional one.
And this traction will be on Route 8. We're fixing it on our end because it was just canceled. But if it's not canceled, she needs to get picked up by Route 8. Thank you.
The system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux mid, this time installed on a computer. So I'll just log in. And here we are back on the desktop. At least on the computer with not that many applications installed. Although here, I'm going to go back to my favourite which is the standard Windows library, which I still think works best. And it's worth noting when you change a layout, it doesn't change the settings for your panel, what we do here called the taskbar, because they're really trying to make things easy for people coming from Windows. I had made that slightly bigger, so I'll go back over there, put it back to 64, which for me is the best size of the taskbar panel.
It's going to be at Matt Daddy's with Texas Plate. Young boy, 9800.
Sorry, I just put the 932 with the stuff dollar bill all in there. That's all I got confused.
915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
That's all I got confused.
And then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. 262 to Q, 24. Yeah, to 932.
Okay, but you did take 932 also.
Alright, therefore, I'm moving to Old Plaza Road. Hello. Yeah, to 932.
Yeah, just stay on the side, Old Brownsville Road, with the Waterburger, just so you can pull off in either direction.
992 available for
A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, I love what they do. It is a fantastic include on Cosmic. It is still a first draft. I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. And you can clearly see that some stuff the applications animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. Clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Go ahead. Okay, I have work order 16108. That's 16108. Address is 1230 Carmel Parkway. It's going to be at the Newman Library. They said they're smelling gas in the back.
417.
Right. I guess so.
Program.
Exploring through a program that turns this into graphics called Graph, and I'm going to run that through a special program that turns the graphic language into something specific for this terminal. I don't need to type plot and data, because inside the file is commands. And here is the result of plotting those five data points on the screen.
Alright, therefore I'm moving to Old Plaza Road 680.
Turning off Linux voice control.
Yeah, just stay on the side, Old Brownsville Road, with the Waterburger, just so you can pull off in either direction.
Ability 40 copy, Paul Lincoln 0284.
I call it the archived version of this. You'll see a the larger 8 square foot sign larger. 8 square too much to ask.
More than 29
When you do your
Testify for everyone on there. Chevy pick.
Tonight.
No more.
Here we are, ready to join OS 17. So if you wanted to, here we could just click on join OS, which would run the application.
1 mile, level 1.
Test it out from your system.
But you don't.
Here I know what to do.
I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert in looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo, create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/arrow. GoDaddy.com/8.
Park 7. Leaving Blucher. All clear.
They are on the system online with GNU radio integration. GPS active. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
And you've got some made in America glasses, so I love that.
Then we try the Shelbys.
What do you think? The Shelbys or the...
RTLSD are second tweet initiative.
You're a salesman.
Analyzing full RF range for threats.
Our fighter pilots this Christmas.
I want to see the period of fighter pilots. This is what they wear up there. Yes. Flying as fighter jets. Okay. I'll leave the hard work to them, though.
We salute their service, our fighter pilots, and we salute the workers behind these glasses.
The Army with the system online with GNU radio integration. GPS active. Full spectrum analysis engaged. RTLSD are searchers initiated. Analyzing full RF range for threats.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the system now, but the critical one is that once again we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time on this computer.
Aerial, here we go. So you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. This is the Dana, and this is a Comic Sans, and these aren't installed by default in Linux. But we can fix that. And if we close this down, I can go to I can close it down. So now we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt install mstt core and enter.
Which is the one we'll mainly
And it'll ask for my password, which of course I have to.
So let's click on download, and if we go down this page, we find a load of mirror sites that actually provide access to the ISED file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going all the way down to UK. There we are, and I'm going to download from the University of Kent
a recent kernel, recent driver, should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is
CSV file.
Of bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Sorry, I just took the 932 with the $1 bill off of that phone. That's why I got confused.
915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
That's why I got confused.
915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. Yeah, 932.
Okay, but you did get the 932 off, right?
We can argue that the systems online with GNU radio integration. GPS active. Full sector analysis engaged. Configuration applied. Engine safety groups off changes to take effect. RTLSC R spectrum switch initiated. Analyzing full RF range effects.
Airport 60, David, Ransart.
David, land side 1838.
Set to export to CSV file.
Airport 60, David, Ransart.
David, land side 1838.
Airport 60, David, Ransart.
David, land side 1838.
Standing at the Lowe's parking lot, 1530 Airline, Patrick, Mercado, and Williams. RP is going to be on.
Tiger Army vector system online with DNU radio integration. GPS active. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
A recent kernel
RTLSD last special tweak
should
initiated.
be able to run that on
Analyzing
any
full RF range for threats.
any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
addressed. As this is all new to our staff as well. As we were meeting yesterday, they were the HR team.
Configuration applied. Engine saving with staff changes to take effect.
Find a number of packages available, of which we need to install.
Fake dispatch radio code bullshit.
The first of these
I'll find you a special program manager with current previous position.
And the first time you do this, you'll get a message asking you to install Windows App Support, which for me didn't work. So I actually went back to the software store and did a manual install of Windows App Support. I'm therefore now hoping when I click here, it will install the Ruby Edition. Do we want to run such a patsey? Yes, we do. See what happens. Very exciting. Mine has come out, so hopefully all very exciting.
It is still a first
Let's take a 25 property killer engaged.
Menu here.
Operation 25 communication.
You notice that this will be take a look at people who used to use menu here. Windows is the first one to see. This will be for all settings developer used to use. Not only do we have a normal Windows type of settings that we figure there's lots of parents to settings. You'll see not only do we have layouts of those type of settings, but we have this layout parents tab. Windows line that up we've got here. We have also got layouts of a list. And the first layout is what they call Windows like. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows list.
Mike 31 communication. Mike 31, I'll be off property. Mike 31, I'll be off property.
10-4, off property, 820. 10-4.
Stay right there, 26. Stay right there, 26. Stay right there, 26.
RTLSD last week terminated.
And a number of packages available, of which
OP25 scanner engaged.
Fake dispatch radio code bullshit.
OP25 shooting scanner engaged. Monitoring P25 communications.
The basis of VirtualBox. You also need to enter my password. There we are, that's now installed. So we go back. And the next bit we install VirtualBox Guest Edition.
GNU radio radar spectrum analysis started.
The performance of our virtual machine by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a share.
Airport 60 data transfer.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah. And
I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah. And
RF1 shield deployed.
I said to them,
Showing active on authorized frequencies. Configuration applied. Engines AB with software changes to take effect. Lifeline shield deactivated. Threat database exported to CSV file. Offline geospatial threat mapper window with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots. Air army with systems online with GAU radio integration. GPS active. Full spectrum analysis engaged. Hook 25 tracking camera engaged. Monastery P45 communication.
Location was 10-20.
I'll be asleep and see inside on traffic stop.
Open calculator.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to
Offline use visual thread and window with current GPS decision. Review for hotspots.
Cosmic, it is still a fantastic first draft. You can really still a first draft. The applications animated as it should be, some stuff is very smooth, and you can clearly see that all stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff should be smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Computing is going to be more people's lives as the years go by. So computer technology is going to...
RTOFD are spectrum suite initiated. Analyzing for RF range threats. RTOSC R3 terminated. Fair to basic or to CSV file.
1022 to dispatch.
Mega Omni Vector Systems online with GNU radio integration. GPS active. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
So you should be able to run that on any
RTLSTR spectrum sweep initiated. Analyzing full RF range for threats.
First draft of the kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. Very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is I love what they made. It is a fantastic, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance applications, opening and closing settings, not sure very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Online geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
Or we could bring it back and do it maybe over that side, which is quite useful if you do a lot of.
Threat database exported to CSV file.
7 F4910 Marion Circle, 4910 Marion Circle. Work all fire dispatch 1239.
Online geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
Okay, then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Offline geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
Closed headset.
Work off EMS 440.
RTLSTR sweep terminated. OP25 trunking scanner engaged. Monitoring P25 communications with audio output to pulse audio.
There.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video. Now, but the critical one is that if you have again video
threat database exported to CSV file.
Video graphics card, and here we are back on the desktop with install the welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here.
Offline geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
You need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the video manager to install the right drivers to be clear. If you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
online geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as
Configuration applied. Engines may need restart for changes to take effect.
Smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Airport 60, David, Ransfire.
David, Landside 1838.
And there we are, it's popped up. We'll ignore what's going on with the graphical desktop, although we can see the drives appeared down there. And if we now do a list, in fact, let's clear things off first, keep things nice and tidy. Let's do an LSBLK again. And this time we can see that we've got a SDB, which is our USB drive. And we can see the mount port, which is Media CJB Tran April 19, which of course is a name we can see on the drive down there. And so we could change that by simply entering
460, David, Ransfire.
David, Landside 1838.
Location was 10-20.
David, Landside 1838.
On the traffic stop.
Open calculate.
Shutting down Mega Army Vector Systems. All operations terminated.
Drive.
Drive.
Wall 45, it's a false alarm. I'll be finished. 50.
Traffic.
11.
Romeo, Lieutenant Victor John Lincoln, 9259. Victor John Lincoln, 9259. I'm going to be southbound 35, right across from Peps.
I guess so.
4 getting in the yard.
Airport 60, David, Ransfire.
David, Landside 1838.
Billy.
Over me, and then he says,
Number 26 radio check.
User.
Not in there. AC matrix 0 dispatch.
Is everything good?
Well, Cody, can I speak with a road supervisor real quick? I need really 1027 return to road into setup. He's gonna be clear. No 29. Airport 60 Davis, Mansard.
David, landside 1838.
Hey, Lewis, how many trucks in front? Trucks in front of me, I'm behind on Vincent, and in front of him, I'm back here back. Alright, airport. Airport 60 Davis, Mansard.
David, landside 1838.
Transit. Toronto report, you're gonna go start at the Bay Area inbound, Bay Area Hospital.
Copy, Bay Area, inbound 29, correct?
10 forward, he'll start at 123.
Copy, thank you.
Right.
I guess so.
It would be quicker, but yes, those bait trucks keep jumping in.
Who's working on the
On dispatch.
Go ahead. please?
Sorry, I just hit the 932 with the...
62, were you calling?
That's why I got confused.
Alright.
915,
Sorry, 1076 to 3745 down right up.
entry block.
10-4. He's over knocking on the door, and nobody's answering the door, but the vehicle's there. There's going to be an employee by the name of Ben Chapler. That's at my house.
10-4.
Team 10, they're going to be cottages, cottage number 1.
Hello.
Kyo 1.
Yo, one.
10-4.
They smell like they're in the slow. What you do?
Listen code for research, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can
all the Tomcat buggers, she might just be hiding somewhere.
Some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure if it's...
Airport 60, David, Airport.
David, last time 1838, David, will have a name to say.
Card. Instead of having to get a warrant to collect face data, location data, and maybe social media data, cops can just pay someone like a broker who already has it. I mean, after all, why go to a judge for a warrant when all you have to do is go to a salesperson? That's the logic that the proposed legislation, known as the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act, is trying to shut down. If the government needs a warrant to collect the data,
at least on the computer with not that many applications pre-installed. Although here, I'm going to go back to my favourite OS layout, which is a standard Windows-like one, which I still think works best. Yeah. And it's worth noting when you change the layout, it does change the settings for your panel, or what they do here called the taskbar, because they're really trying to make things easy for people coming from Windows. I had made that slightly bigger, so I'll go back over there, put it back to 64, which for me is the best size of the taskbar, the panel.
Even if someone has never used Linux before, they can understand Kubuntu quickly. The layout resembles Windows. Even if someone has never used Linux before, still offering they can understand Kubuntu quickly. Right, the layout resembles Windows taskbar behavior. Windows still offering the power of System Linux. Tray icons behave just as most users expect. Taskbar behavior. This reduces the learning curve and makes Kubuntu a friendly just as most users expect.
Location
110-20. Learning curve. Kubuntu offers features like global introduction to hot corners and dock-like panels. For users switching from Mac OS, Kubuntu offers features like global menus, hot corners, and dock-like panels.
In that area.
Copy.
English 66231 en route to the station. 915. I got that one going.
From dispatch.
Entry block.
McNeil? On his pickup, please. Thank you.
Coming out to 932.
Senor Flo?
Discovered that on iPhones there are a bunch of apps that bypass your VPN and send us.
You're getting a little, alright. You're probably going to get one.
including stocks, help, home, wallet, messages, find my, fitness, shortcuts, Apple Music, freeform, settings, contacts, weather, and notifications.
I had a good
Service for VPN.
When we were in his truck, remember we were going to strike? He said he is just the first two to go back, and that's me and you.
This isn't just an issue with iOS. They found that Android...
I just want to text for the wall and everything. And he has a 12 here in the town.
60 Davis, answer.
Oh, okay, 10-4, 10-4. Was it the text include me?
I think I got one over there. I'll see what I think. I'll put you here and I'll put a strap. I think I got one here in the box.
Maybe one patrol, and then 1076 to 2037 Yale.
But the worst was yet to come.
10-4. Do I need to receive
But the worst was yet to come by Raycon. With the holidays coming up in Australia, which, by the way, is summer, the weather is noticed for long while Raycon. And I love holidays coming up in Australia, also, which, by the way, is summer. I've been using Raycon long range raving earbuds, and I love how musical they're great. It also makes it different from regular earbuds. I've been using Raycon's essential audio earbuds, and honestly, they're great. What makes these different from regular earbuds is that they sit just outside your ear canal, so you get a clear, full sound while still hearing what's happening.
As smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
And this busy. La migra. That's all I got, parked on the side of the road, too.
No, wait.
Yeah, sir, 10-4.
Smuggling, undocumented immigrants.
7074.
10-4.
Are you getting an operator for him?
Hello?
Do you need an operator for him?
one. No, negative. He's already on route.
Hello?
Hey, Sam, where's this?
Ryan?
2023, patrolling area.
Action, Charlie, line off.
a totally automated Windows 11 install.
So,
let's use the magic of filmmaking to speed on through. And things I think are looking hopeful with a great chance of success. And there we are. Poor blimey Mary Poppins, it's worked. Windows 11 is installed here in a virtual machine. The unattended install in VirtualBox 7 is fantastic when it works. And it should even have
Could have been anybody. Newport, I'd be like a black dude threw that up, but a Marlboro menthol, that's one of the riddles.
Circle 911 calls from number the teenage application.
And finally,
alright, just check.
And there VirtualBox is now installed on our system. We'll let it run as it wishes to, like that. Get rid of this. And here we have the VirtualBox.
Here.
Right, because and remember, now got further, so I don't mind most of these, but I do not want to have anything in the quick launch bar, so we'll...
10-4. We attempted to make contact. It's not a mail switch over the phone. He won't answer his question.
And I don't have a product key, so we'll just say that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. I don't have a product key, so I just say backup down there. And then we're going to install Windows 11 Pro.
We don't know that. There was also video taken inside the building. You walk into a house with fire, and I told police, and there was also video taken inside the building where he opened fire, and I asked police, and there's this guy.
That I don't have the answer if there's video inside that building that depicts him. There is video inside that. That I don't have the answer if there's video inside that building that depicts him. There is video inside that.
Please help him.
Now.
6211.
I just put the 932 with the $7 bill off the window.
You probably know Vistaprint.
915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. You already got 932.
No, go ahead.
I'm getting them right now. Show me arrived at 4017 Prescott Street.
Alright, last but not least, we have the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee. There are 5 vacancies representing the following categories. They're preferred but not required categories. 4 at large and 1 environmentalist. Robert Allen, Glenn Duhan, and Melanie Holland are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Can we stay in hurricane? Out of the house? Today or whatever. I think I can stick with that too. Later in life. my business reputation, my province is superior to the fucking people well, I've already named about 10 lawsuits.
Airport 60 David Lansford.
David Lansford 1838.
Sorry, I just put the 932 with the $12 bill also that's going to.
I'll be taking a left here.
915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
932 also, right?
Coming out to 932.
Halo 5 is off the shoreline westbound for the Halo base. Got 6220 fuel, be there in about 5 minutes. What was the address?
09, County Road 1810, 2309, County Road 1810.
Device was also present at some other crime scenes in the past. Alternatively, they can input multiple locations into one area search to find devices that show up on
The way that it's mapped, it looks like it's going to be on the far right side of the building if you're looking at it from the front.
A recent colonel, recent drivers, multiple geofence areas so that there's never on Cosmic and Pop OS. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Alright. Address is 8050 Marseille. 8050 Marseille. That's the same one outside.
I see one of our alarm bombs up there and like at least 2 truck gaps between them.
Somebody's on standby. Somebody's moving.
Are they calling or did he stop?
Is in aerial. If we go up to the top there, you'll see the front has been
substituted
substituted because it's not available. And so this is the Dana, and this is a Comic Sans, and these aren't installed by default in Linux. But we can fix that, because if we close this down, I can go to well, for now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt install mstt for voice and enter, and it asks for my password, which of course I have to.
But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
I have Lucy's similar.
A recent colonel, recent drivers, should be able to drive that computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic,
Part 7 has heavily priced parts
the applications without any problem. Settings,
0, private road 4685, South Canada 47, 14. Hi, I got a Matthew Walker attacked another note at Talking Partners.
You can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
just north of FR 1945.
There are 2 other stray aggressive calls for Dabney Street. Do you want to take those since you're already on Dabney? Yeah, just where you can throw them in the box.
Go for it, okay. Two 622. Everything is right straight. Tank 4, he just turned it on, so he's about to log back in right now.
Okay.
Stay there, don't move. Stay 2, don't move. And 4.
Mega Army Vector Systems online with GNU radio integration. GPS active. Full spectrum analysis engaged. OP25 trunking scanner engaged. Monitoring P25 communications with audio output to pulse audio.
Some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff don't have as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's on. So keep a look on Cosmic and Pop OS. I love what they've done.
RTL-SDR spectrum sweep initiated.
It is still a first draft.
Analyzing full RF range for threats.
Very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Online geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
Airport 6D, David, Lansard.
David, Lansard 1838. Can I have radio? 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 Can I have radio?
Thread database exported to CSV file. Offline geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
Add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player, which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In PopOS, you get LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. In PopOS, you get the LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the various little preferences. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. They install Thunderbird for email. You also get a bunch of various little preferences for managing printers, for iPads,
Just DJ.
all of that stuff that they don't have a native Cosmic app for. They pre-install something generally from GNOME or from another desktop entirely. It's fine. The app select
or number of records or number of fields or anything.
Offline geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position.
And if you want the full
Review for RF hotspots.
full research, docs, and alternatives I actually trust, it's all in the Cyber Resistance Club. Links below. Thanks for watching. Your TV doesn't just know what you watch. It knows when you laugh, when you get bored, and soon what makes your pupils dilate. And all of that is being sold to strangers you've never even met. In the next few minutes, I'm going to show you the real movie night can create a
Online geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to what's the message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards, and then and the system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and PopOS, should be able to run that on any It is a fantastic first draft. So to conclude on Cosmic and PopOS, the I love what they've done. It is a fantastic, very bare bones of a desktop. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff is very bare bones as it should be. Clearly see that some stuff
Thread database exported to CSV file.
As smooth as it should be.
Configuration applied. Engines may need restart for changes to take effect. RF Wi-Fi shield deployed. Jamming active on authorized frequencies.
High-vector shield online. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth surveillance active.
RTLSDR sweep terminated. OP25 scanner disengaged.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, and PopOS, I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of on Cosmic. It is still a first draft. I love what they do. It is a fantastic
Shutting down Mega Omnivector systems. All operations terminated.
as it should be, as smooth as it should be. Some stuff is animated as it should be. Some stuff is as smooth smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Computing is going to be more important in people's lives as the years go by. So computer technology is going to...
And then my eye brings it in.
And Republicans, President Trump, understand how difficult this healthcare issue is. They know what it cost them in 2018. My understanding is that the White House wants to see a deal. I know they haven't been explicit about that, but I think they're quietly rooting for these members in the House that have taken matters into their own hands with these discharge petitions.
And I'm...
Alright, just rolling, don't go road. Yeah, just stay on the side, hold on to the road, we'll put some water burger just so you can pull off in either direction.
Alright, I just put the 932 for the hours in California. That's all I got for you.
Yeah, the 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
So, and check that out. As I connected to this computer over SSH, so you can see immediately that there's new information written to the log file. Now to make this even more interesting,
You just need GoDaddy Arrow. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business.
In this case, I enabled password authentication over SSH, which is something that you probably should never do, but I wanted to show you this
social
example.
media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/AI.
Have yourself close when you're ready.
So when you get that 915,
It's going to be one unknown contact, one patrol,
So you want to start a
and
business.
one unfounded.
You might think you need
And then
a
the
team of
other
fancy text
1749 yellow call would be able to close that one out.
You just go GoDaddy Arrow. I'm Walton Goggins, and an actor. I'm an expert in looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you. It'll set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/Arrow.
Requirements for Windows 11. But you can fix this by going backwards and then
4 7 361 779 3839. Commit a black passenger car parked the wrong way. Parked the location for the past month. It's in front of the vacant lot.
Four doors, she got out and then went into the back. She looked confused.
Mega Army Vector Systems online with GNU radio integration. GPS active. Full spectrum analysis engaged. OP25 trunking scanner engaged. Monitoring P25 communications with audio output to HDMI.
To tweaker,
to that call.
CPU settings. When we find SVM mode, it tells us down here it's to do with virtualization, and we'll change that to enabled, and as previously, go across to save and exit setup, and exit saving changes. In this video, we're going to be working with the 64-bit version of
RTLCR Spectrum Sweep initiated. Analyzing full RF range for threats.
And there we are, it is installed, but we have to reboot, so we'll click on finish. And here we are back again, I need to log in. There we go, and nothing looks different, but now with Guest Edition installed, I can right click and go to display. Is it an aerial? And we go the font has been substituted because it's not available. And so this is the Dana, and this is a Comic Sans, and these aren't installed by default in Linux. But we can fix it. We can close this down. We can go to now, we'll go to terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt install mstt core fonts and enter, and it'll ask for my password, which of course I have, all of which have different destinations. And here the most popular is the Cinema Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. So let's download, and if you go down this page, you find a load of videos on their sites that actually provide access to the ISO file, and the page all the way down, and others that download from University of Desktop, but it's still a free application files, settings on very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems.
This is where a better agent will refine and correct any potential errors the panel agent may have made using rule-based or RAM-based tasks. The better agent and panel agents will then talk back and forth until a plan is refined and improved to match user requests. And finally, the explainer agent will translate and present the final result to the user.
Airport 60 David Rampart.
David, Rampart 1838.
Airport 60 David Rampart.
David, Rampart 1838.
And that's where Peros' biggest strength lies. Its purity gives users confidence that the OS is working with them, not against them. But Puros is not without controversy. Some critics argue that the strict free software only stands limited to usability, especially for gaming, creative tools, or proprietary apps. Many users expect things like Steam, video drivers, or music video codecs to work out of the box, but Puros intentionally avoids such components. Some users falsely assume
clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Online geospatial threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
Yeah, 1015 minor. You can show me.
And what do you want?
10-4, I'll give you a tap. Oh, yeah.
It's talking somewhere.
a recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer. It is a fantastic first draft on Cosmic. It is still a first draft. I know what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. And you can clearly see that some stuff, the applications animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. Clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be.
And that's only in
There are
public
some
fighting.
performance
Behind the
problems
scenes,
when opening
agencies
and
like the
closing
NSA are
apps.
already
Not
running
sure if
collection programs that don't wait for warrants. Under FISA Section 702 and programs like PRISM, they tap directly into the servers of major tech platforms, sweeping up communications, metadata, and cloud backups. Companies are often under gag orders, barred from even disclosing the scope of this access. So when WhatsApp quietly hires over 1,000 moderators to review flagged content,
Location was 10-20.
exactly the claim with frightening precision. Imagine your TV snapping more selfies in a single hour than you've taken all year, and each one gets sent to strangers for analysis. Sonic TV has even bragged about tracking 13.5 million US TVs interactive office. What's amazing is it's tied directly to your household identity. Your network, devices, and from there, it doesn't just stay in the living room. It follows you. If the pipeline is this,
As it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Airport 60 data transfer.
David, Lampard 1838.
Me too.
Who's working on the...
So I'm on 631. What was the crossroad where that green vehicle is located at?
631 and 188. Flight 10, go ahead. Parking lot with Texas, Victor Robert Williams 0136, Victor Robert Williams 0136. Tesla.
Hello?
Yeah, that's sure, great. Christi.
It's going to be at 813 St. Benedict, 813 St. Benedict. I'm a constable out there advising they served an eviction and there's an abandoned dog at that location.
find a number of packages available, of which we need to install
Fake dispatch radio code
the
bullshit.
first of these is to find a number of packages available, of which we need to install
Fake dispatch radio code
the
bullshit.
first of these, of course, is
So the real question is whether Microsoft is willing to put users first, even if that means earning a little less. But as Linux software compatibility improves, especially for games, more users will migrate if things keep going, but it will be a long time until Windows is dethroned. So, to all the Windows users out there, what's your take on this? Do you feel that Microsoft has pushed too far? For me, I sweared by Windows for the longest time, but I begrudgingly made the move to macOS when the M2 generation.
Mega Omni Vector Systems online with GNU radio integration. GPS active. Full spectrum analysis engaged. OP25 trunking scanner engaged. Monitoring P25 communications.
Monitoring all vectors.
I had an entry block.
Engaging P25 trunk receiver. Threat detection engines active. Hopping engines active. New Bluetooth signature. W610E04C. New Bluetooth signature. Microsoft Bluetooth Mobile Keyboard 6000.
Although they do have a protocol around it in their default theme. It is still a GNOME app, it is going to follow GNOME's interface conventions, but it works and it is themed. Now if you do change the theme, it's not going to switch it automatically, you're going to have to close the app and reopen it for that to work, which can be annoying, but who changes their theme all the time? I don't think that's going to be a big issue. Now this one is GNOME calendar from the Windows, so it is not a full track.
RTLSDR Spectrum Sweep initiated. Analyzing full RF range for threats.
Core fonts and enter. And it'll ask for my password, which of course I have to.
GNU radio not available for hack RF jamming.
Right.
Five.
Mega Omni Vector Systems online with GNU radio integration. GPS active. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
Sentinel engine engaged. Scanning for flipper and
905, current radio check.
OP25 trunking scanner engaged. Monitoring P25 communications.
The bill validator, spinning around and around and not able to give out cards. Bill validator, once the bills is spinning around and around and not able to give out cards. Once the bills is certain. Okay, the 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. Okay, the 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Airport 60, David Rampart.
David, Rampart 1838.
Scanner gen engaged.